Hey there! In this tutorial, we will create a fully responsive personal portfolio website using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Let me show you exactly what we will be building. As you can see, I have already created a project folder that contains an index.html file and a folder named Assets. Inside the Assets folder, there is a CSS folder with a style.css file, an IMG folder containing the images we will use in this project, a JS folder that holds the main.js file, and a PDF folder that contains the CV file. Now open the index.html file. First, we will link our CSS file. Inside the href attribute, we will add the file path. Next, we will add an icon library. Open a browser. Search for Remix icon. Then click on the GitHub icon. Scroll down. Copy the CDN link. And paste it here. After that, we will link our JavaScript file. Now let's create the nav bar. For that, create a header tag with a class of header. Inside the header, add a nav tag with a class of nav. Also, give it the class container to reduce the nav bar's width and center it. We will use this class across all sections of the website, making it a global utility class. Inside the nav, we will add 3 child elements. The first will contain the logo, the second will hold these links, and the third will include these buttons. Now let's go ahead and add the logo. For the logo, create an anchor tag with the class nav logo. Next, create a div tag with the class nav menu. Inside the nav menu, we will add these links and social icons. Now, let's add the links. First, create an unordered list with the class nav list. Inside the nav list, add a li tag with the class nav item. Inside the nav item, we will add the actual link. For the link, create an anchor tag with the class nav link. Now copy the nav item and paste it 6 times. Next, add text to each nav link. First will be Home. Second will be Services. Third will be Skills. Fourth will be Works. Fifth will be Resume. Sixth will be Testimonials. And seventh will be Contact. Next, after the nav list, create a div tag with the class social links. Then create an anchor tag with the class social link. Then set the target attribute to blank. This will open the link in a new tab. Here, we will add an icon. Head over to Remix Icon and search for Twitter. Click on the icon, copy it, and paste it here. Now copy the social link and paste it twice. Then change the icons. Then, after the nav menu, create a div tag with the class nav buttons. This will be our third child element. Here first, create a div tag with the class nav settings. Inside this div, we will add an icon. Head over to Remix Icon and search for settings to find the one we need. Next, create a div tag with the class nav toggle. Now let's move on to the CSS file. I have imported Google Fonts here, and the fonts we are going to use are Jost and Montserrat alternates. Let me show you how to get the link. Open a browser and search for Google Fonts. Search for Jost. Then click on Get Font. Go back and search for Montserrat alternates. Then, click on Get Font again. After that, click on Get Embed Code. Now select the styles and sizes you want to use. Then select Import. Copy the link and paste it into your CSS file. Next, I have created CSS variables. First, we have variables for colors. The benefit of using these variables is that if you want to change a color later, you don't need to go through the entire CSS file to update it everywhere it's used. Instead, you can change it here, and it will automatically update throughout the website. Next, we have variables for font family. You will find these values here. Then we have variables for font sizes. The benefit of storing font sizes in variables is that when we make the website responsive, we won't need to search for selectors to change their values. Instead, we can simply change the values of these variables. After that, we have variables for font weights. Finally, we have a variable for the custom easing function. Then we have some base styling. We have a universal selector where we set the margin and padding to 0 to remove the default spacing from all elements. Next, we set box sizing to border box to ensure that padding and borders are included within an element's total width and height. Next, we have defined some styling in the body selector that will be applied to every element. You can see that we have also selected the button, text area, and input elements because this styling will not be applied to them. Then, we applied a background color to the body. After that, we set the color, font family, and font weight for the headings. Since all the headings share these same properties, I styled them here to avoid repeating the same properties multiple times. Next, we set list style to none to remove the default bullet points. Then, we set text decoration to none for all anchor tags to remove the default underline. Next, we set a max width of 100% for all images to ensure they scale responsively within their container. We also set display to block, which removes any extra space below the image that is typically caused by it being an inline element. Finally, we set outline and border to none and background color to transparent for button, text area, and input elements to remove their default styles, such as outlines and borders, which we don't want. Now, come over here and select the header class. First, set its background color to first color. Next, set its position to fixed so it stays in place while scrolling. Then, set top to 0. Set left to 0 as well. After that, set its width to 100% because when position, fixed, is applied, it doesn't cover the full viewport width. Finally, set its z-index to 1000 to ensure it stays on top of everything. Next, select the nav class. First, set display to flex. Next, set align items to center. Then, set justify content to space between. After that, set its height to 5 rem. Now let's make the navbar width smaller. Come over here and select the container class. First, give it a background color. Next, set max width to 1320 pixels. Then set Margin Inline to Auto to center it horizontally. After that, set Padding Inline to 1.5 rem to add space on the left and right. The width of the navbar will be larger than the other sections, so set the max width to 1540 pixels here. Now change the header background color to transparent. Then remove the background color from here. After that, select the NavLogo class and the NavLink class as well. First, change their color to title color. Then set font weight to font bold. Now select the NavLogo class once again. Then change its font family to second font. After that, set font size to H3 font size. Next, select the Nav Buttons class. First, set Display to Flex. Next, set Align Items to Center. Then, set Column Gap to 1.75 rem. After that, select the Nav Settings class and the Nav Toggle class as well. And set Cursor to Pointer. Then, select the Nav Settings class once again. And set font size to 1.5 rem. After that, select the Nav Toggle class. First, set its background color to first color. Next, set its width to 28 pixels. Then, set its height to 28 pixels as well. After that, set position to relative. Now, let's create these lines. For that, we'll use the before and after pseudo elements. First, give it a content property. Next, set width to 100%. Then set height to 2 pixels. After that, set background color to title color. Then, set position to absolute. Left to 0. Then select the before pseudo element of nav toggle and set top property to 7 pixels. After that, select the after pseudo element and set bottom property to 7 pixels. Now remove the background color from here. Next, select the nav menu class. First, set its position to fixed. Then, set top to 0, set right to 0 as well. Next, set background color to container color. After that, set width to 512 pixels. Then set height to 100%. Finally, give it a padding of 9 rem for the top, 0 rem for the right, 0 rem for the bottom, and 9.5 rem for the left. After that, select the navlist class and set margin bottom to 2.5 rem. Next, select the nav item class and set margin bottom to 1.25 rem. Then, select the navlink class. First, set its font size to larger font size. Then, add a transition to the color with a duration of 0.3 seconds. Now we will add a hover effect. When the link is hovered, we will change its color to first color. Now let's style the social icons. Come over here and select the Social Links class. First, set display to inline flex. Then set column gap to 1.25 rem. After that, select the social link class. First, change its color to title color. Next, set font size to H3 font size. After that, add a transition to the color with a duration of 0.7 seconds. When the social link is hovered, we will change its color to first color. Now, go back to the navbar section and set right to -100% to position the menu off-screen initially. Now let's move on to the JS file. First, create a variable named navMenu to store the element with the ID navMenu. Next, create a variable navToggle to get the element with the ID navToggle. Now let's add these IDs in the HTML. Now add a click event to the navToggle. When it's clicked, we'll run a function that toggles the Show Menu class on the navMenu. Now let's style this class in CSS. In the Show Menu class, we will set the right property to 0. We will also toggle the Animate Toggle class on the navToggle. Now let's style this class in CSS. Here we will first rotate it by 45 degrees. Then set top to 14 pixels. Now copy it and paste it. We will rotate the after pseudo element by -45 degrees. Then set the bottom value to 12 pixels. For smooth movement, add a transition to the nav menu. Also add a transition to the before and after pseudo element of nav toggle. Now that we have completed the navbar section, let's move on to the next section, the home section. Now inside the main tag, create a section tag with the class home. Also, give it the class section to add some space at the top and bottom. We will use this class in every section of the website. Inside the home section, create a div tag with the class home container. Also, add the class container to make the width of the home section smaller and keep it centered. Inside the home container, create a div tag with the class home content. This div will hold both the text content and the image. Inside the home content, first add a h2 tag with the class home subtitle. And its text will be, "Hello, my name is." Wrap this text inside a span tag so we can style it. Next, add a h1 tag with the class home title. And its text will be Zoe Miller. Then add a h3 tag with the class home job. After that, create a div tag with the class home banner. Which will contain the main image, data, and these shapes. Now, inside the home banner, first create a div tag with the class home img wrapper. Inside that, we will add our image. Create an img tag with the class home profile. And in the src attribute, insert the image path. Next, create a div tag with the class home data. Also add the class home data 1. Inside that, first add a span tag with the class home data number. Then add a h3 tag with the class home data title. Now, copy this div and paste it. The class will be HomeData2. After that, create an IMG tag with the class shape. And also give it the additional class shape1. Now copy the IMG tag and paste it twice. Then update the image names in the src attribute and change the class names accordingly. After the Home banner, create a P tag with the class Home description. Now copy this social links div and paste it here. Additionally, add the class Home socials to it. Finally, create a div tag with the class Home BTNs. Inside the Home BTNs, first create an anchor tag with the class BTN. Inside the href attribute, we will add our PDF file path. Also, add the download attribute to it. After that, create an anchor tag with the class Home link. Now, let's move on to the CSS file. Come over here and select the section class. And set the padding block property to 7 rem for both the top and bottom. Now, move to the Home section and select the Home Container class. And set padding block property to 4.25 rem for both the top and bottom. Next, select the Home Subtitle class. First, set font size to large font size. Then set font weight to font semi-bold. Finally, set margin bottom to 1 rem. Then, select the span tag inside the Home subtitle and the span tag inside the Home title. Then, change their color to first color. After that, select the Home Title class. First, change its color to white color. Next, set font size to big font size. Then, set font weight to font black. After that, apply the text stroke property to it. Finally, give it the text shadow property. Now select the Home Job class. First, set font size to H3 font size. Then set font weight to font semi-bold. Finally, set margin block to 1.5 rem for the top and 2.5 rem for the bottom. Next, select the Home Banner class. First, set its position to absolute. Then, set right to 0. After that, set top to 50%. Finally, set transform to translate y negative 50%. Now come over here and select the Home Content class. And set its position to relative. This ensures that the home banner will be positioned relative to the home content. After that, select the Home IMG Wrapper class. First, set its background color. Next, we will set width using the clamp function. To generate the value, open a browser and search for a clamp generator. Here, we need to set the minimum viewport width. Once this viewport is reached, the width will stop shrinking. Next, we need to set the maximum viewport width. When the screen size becomes larger than this, the width will stop growing. Now specify the minimum width in rem. And also provide the maximum value in rem. Then set border radius. The values for the top left and top right corners will be 0, while the bottom right and bottom left corners will have a value of 100 viewport width. Finally, set overflow to hidden. Now let's create this background circle. For that, we will use the before pseudo element. First, give it a content property. Then, set position to absolute. To set the left, right, and bottom values, we will use shorthand. Top will be auto, left and right will be 0, and bottom will also be 0. We set left and right to 0. This way, it will take the full width. After that, set aspect ratio to 1:1. This way, it will have the same height as the width. Now set border radius to 50%. Finally, give it a background color of first color. Now, let's bring the image forward. Select the Home Profile class. First, set its position to relative, because the z-index property only works when a position is set on the element. Then set z-index to 10. After that, set aspect ratio to 21:25. Finally, set object fit to cover. Next, select the Home Data class. First, set its border to 2 pixels solid and use border color for its color. Next, set background color to container color. Then, set box shadow. After that, set padding inline to 1.25 rem for both the left and right. Now set its width to 240 pixels. Then set its height to 80 pixels. Next, set border radius to 3 rem. Then, set display to grid. After that, give it a Grid Template Columns property. Since we need 2 columns of equal width, we'll use the repeat function here. The number of columns we need is 2, and their width will be 1fr, meaning the columns will share the available space equally. Then set align items to center. After that, set its position to absolute. Finally, set z-index to 100. Then select the Home Data 1 class and set bottom to 20%. Then set left value. After that, select the Home Data 2 class and set bottom to 12%. Then set right value. Now select the Home Data Number class. First, change its color to title color. Next, change its font family to second font. Then set font size to 2.25 rem. After that, set font weight to font bold. Finally, set text align to center. Next, select the Home Data Title class and set font size to smaller font size. Then select the span tag inside the home data title. And change its color to first color. After that, select the Shape class and set its position to absolute. Then set z-index to -10. Next, select the Shape 1 class. First, set its width. Then set top to 9%. After that, set right to 6%. Then, select the Shape 2 class and also select the Shape 3 class. And set their width. After that, select the Shape 2 class and set bottom to 8%. Then, set left to -12%. Then, select the Shape 3 class and set bottom to 0. Then, set right to -2%. Now select the Home Description class and set font size to large font size. Then, set max width to 520 pixels. Next, select the Home Socials class and set margin block to 1.75 rem for the top and 2.5 rem for the bottom. Then, select the Home BTNs class. First, set display to flex. Then, set align items to center. After that, set column gap to 4.5 rem. Now come over here and select the BTN class and also select the HomeLink class. First, set display to inline block. Next, change their color to title color. Then, set font size to small font size. After that, set font weight to font bold. Finally, set position to relative. After that, select the BTN class. First, set its border to 2 pixels solid and use border color for its color. Next, set box shadow. Then, set padding to 1 rem for the top and bottom and 2.5 rem for the left and right. After that, set border radius to 3 rem. Now, let's create the background animation. For that, we will use the before pseudo element. First, give it a content property. Next, set position to absolute. Then set inset to 2 pixels. After that, set its background color to first color. Now set border radius to inherit. Next, set transform to scale 0.3. Then set filter to blur 10 pixels. Finally, set opacity to 0. When the BTN is hovered, we will target its before pseudo element. Now, copy these properties and paste them here. Set the scale to 1, blur to 0, and opacity to 1. Now, let's add the transition for smoothness. Now, let's move the animation behind the button. Set the z-index to -10. When the button is hovered, we will change its color to white color. Also, apply a transition to the color with a duration of 0.7 seconds. Now, let's create this line. First, give it a content property. Next, set position to absolute. Then, set left to -124%. After that, set top to 50%. Next, set transform to translate y -50%. Then, set its width to 40 pixels. Height to 2 pixels. Finally, set background color to border color. Now that we have completed the home section, let's create the style switcher next. Come over here and create a div tag with the class style switcher. Inside that, add a h2 tag with the class style switcher title. Next, create a div tag with the class style switcher item. Inside the style switcher item, first add a h3 tag with the class style switcher subtitle. Now copy this div and paste it. Then, after the h3, create a div tag with the class style switcher colors. Inside that, create a span tag with the class style switcher color. After that, create a variable named hue and set its value to 165. Inside the span, we will add an icon. Head over to Remix icon and search for check to find the one we need. Now copy this span and paste it 4 times. Then change the hue value for each one. Also add the active color class to this span. Now come over here and create a div tag with the class style switcher themes. Inside that, create a div tag with the class style switcher theme. Inside the style switcher theme, add an input tag with the class style switcher input. Its type will be radio. Next, set the name attribute to body theme. Then, set the value attribute to light. After that, set the ID to light theme. After the input, create a label tag with the class style switcher label. Now set the for attribute of the label tag to light theme, which is the ID of the input tag. Now copy this div and paste it. Now set the checked attribute to true for the light theme input. Set the value to dark and the ID to dark theme. Then, after the style switcher item, create a div tag with the class style switcher close. Here we will add an icon. Head over to Remix Icon, search for Close. Click on the icon, copy it. And paste it here. Now let's move on to the CSS file. Come over here and select the Style Switcher class. First, set its position to fixed. Next, set top to 0. Set right to 0 as well. Then set its width to 450 pixels. Height to 100%. After that, set background color to container color. Then give it a padding of 5 rem for the top, 0 for the right, 0 for the bottom, and 3.5 rem for the left. Finally, set z-index to 1000. Next, select the Style Switcher title class. And set font size to H3 font size. Then set padding bottom to 1.25 rem. Then select the Style Switcher title class. Also select the Style Switcher item class. And set border bottom to 1 pixel solid and use shadow color for its color. After that, select the Style Switcher item class and set padding block to 1 rem. Next, select the Style Switcher subtitle class and set font size to large font size. Then set margin bottom to 1 rem. Then select the Style Switcher colors class. First, set display to flex. Then set column gap to 0.5 rem. After that, select the Style Switcher color class. First, set width to 32 pixels. Next, set height to 32 pixels. Then set border radius to 50%. After that, set the background color. Copy this value and paste it here. Finally, set position to relative. Now select the I tag inside the Style Switcher color. First, set its position to absolute. Next, set top to 50%. Left to 50% as well. Then, set transform to translate -50%, -50%. After that, change its color to white color. Then set font size to 1.25 rem. Finally, set display to none. Now select the I tag inside the active color and set display to block. Next, select the Style Switcher Themes class. Also select the Style Switcher Theme class. And set display to flex. Then, select the Style Switcher Themes class once again. And set column gap to 1.25 rem. Now select the Style Switcher Theme class and set column gap to 0.5 rem. Then select the Style Switcher Input class and set accent color to first color. After that, select the Style Switcher Label class. First, change its color to title color. Finally, select the Style Switcher Close class. First, set its position to absolute. Then set top to 1.5 rem. Right to 1.5 rem as well. After that, set font size to 2 rem. Finally, set cursor to pointer. Now come over here and set right to -100% to position the Style Switcher off-screen initially. Now let's move on to the JS file. First, create a variable named Style Switcher to store the element with the ID Style Switcher. Next, create a variable switcher toggle to get the element with the ID switcher toggle. Then, create a variable switcher close to get the element with the ID switcher close. Now, let's add these IDs in the HTML. Now let's add a click event to the switcher toggle. When the switcher toggle is clicked, we will run a function that adds the showSwitcher class to the style switcher. Now let's style this class in CSS. In the showSwitcher class, we will set the right property to 0. For smooth movement, add a transition property to the style switcher. And when the switcher close is clicked, we will remove the showSwitcher class. Next, we will create functionality for switching theme colors. First, create a variable named colors. And select all elements in the document that have the class style switcher color. After that, loop through each element in the colors node list using the for-each method. When the current element is clicked, the code inside the arrow function will execute. First, create a variable named ActiveColor to retrieve the value of the CSS custom property hue from the inline styles of the clicked color element. Next, remove the active color class from each element, ensuring that none of them are marked as active anymore. Then, add the active color class to the clicked color element. After that, update the global CSS custom property hue on the root element of the document. And set the hue value to the color retrieved earlier, active color. After that, we will create light and dark mode functionality. First, declare a variable current theme and initialize it with the string light. Next, assign the value of current theme, which is light by default, to the class name property of the body element. Then select all input elements on the page that have the attribute name body theme. Query Selector All returns a node list of all matching input elements, and for each iterates over each one. Now update the current theme variable to the value of the selected input element. Finally, update the class name of the body element with the new current theme value. Now let's change the values of the colors variable for the dark theme. Now let's go ahead and create the Services section. Come over here and create a section tag with the class Services. Also, give it the class section to add some space at the top and bottom. Inside the Services section, first, we will add the section title. For that, add a h2 tag with the class section title. And its text will be what I do. Then, create a custom attribute called Data Title, and here we will add the text that appears below the section title. After that, create a div tag with the class container. Inside the container, we will create a slider using Swiper.js. For that, open a browser and search for Swiper. First, we need to include Swiper in our project. Now, click on Demos to view the examples. Here, several types of sliders are available. For now, choose the default slider. Then click on Core. Here you can see that. The first step to creating a slider is to add a container element with the Swiper class. Next, we need to create a container element with the Swiper wrapper class. Inside the Swiper wrapper, we can create our slides, but each slide must have the Swiper slide class. Now let's go back to our HTML file and create a div tag with the Swiper class. Also give it the Services Swiper class. Inside the Services Swiper, create a div tag with the Swiper wrapper class. Inside the Swiper wrapper, we will create our slides. For now, let's add the first slide. Create a div tag with the Swiper slide class. Also, give it the card class. Inside that, first, add a h4 tag with the class Services subtitle. Next, add a h3 tag with the class services title. Then create a p tag with the class services description. After that, create an anchor tag with the class link. Inside the link, first add the link text, see pricing, and then add the link icon. Also, give it the class link icon. Now copy the slide and paste it 4 times. After that, add data to each slide. Now copy this JavaScript code and paste it into the main.js file. Then, change the variable name to Services Swiper and also update the class name to Services Swiper. Now, let's add the pagination. Here also set clickable to true. To enable pagination, add an element with this class name right after the Swiper wrapper div. Now go back to Swiper and search for responsive breakpoints. Copy the breakpoints option. And paste it here. When the screen size is larger than 768 pixels, we will show 2 slides per view. And when it's larger than 1208 pixels, we will show 3 slides per view. Now let's add space between the slides. Now let's move on to the CSS file. Come over here and select the section title class. First, set its font size to H1 font size. Then set text align to center. After that, set margin bottom to 0.5 rem. Now let's add the text that appears below the section title. For that, we will use the after pseudo element. First, give it a content property. And inside this function, we will add the data title attribute. Next, set display to block. Then, change its color to first color. After that, change its font family to body font. Finally, set font size to large font size. Now, let's move to the Services section. And select the card class. First, set background color to container color. Next, set padding to 2 rem for the top and bottom and 2.25 rem for the left and right. Then set border radius to 1.25 rem. After that, set position to relative. Next, target the before pseudo element of the card class. First, give it a content property. Next, set position to absolute. Then, set right to negative 1.5 rem. Set bottom to negative 1.5 rem as well. After that, set width to 120 pixels. Set height to 120 pixels as well. Finally, insert the background image. And set background size to cover. Then select the Services subtitle class. And set font size to smaller font size. After that, select the Services title class. First, set its font size to H3 font size. Then, set margin block to 4 rem for the top and 1 rem for the bottom. Finally, select the Services Description class. And set minimum height to 175 pixels. Now come over here and select the Link class. First, set display to inline flex. Next, set align items to center. Then set column gap to 1.25 rem. After that, set color to title color. Finally, set font weight to font bold. After that, select the link icon class. First, change its color to first color. Next, set font size to 1.25 rem. Then, apply a transition to the transform with a duration of 0.3 seconds. When the link is hovered, we will move the icon horizontally by negative 0.5 rem. Now, let's style the pagination. Select the Swiper Pagination class and set its position to initial. Then set margin top to 3 rem. Next, target the before pseudo element of the Swiper Pagination Bullets class. First, give it a content property. Next, set position to absolute. Then set top to 0.75 rem. Set left to 50%. After that, set transform to translate x negative 50%. Its width will be 60 pixels, and height will be 2 pixels. Finally, set background color to border color. Then, select the Swiper Pagination Bullet class. First, set its border to 2 pixels solid and use border color for its color. Next, set background color to container color. Then set opacity to 1. After that, set position to relative. Finally, set z-index to 10. After that, select the Swiper Pagination Bullet class, excluding the last child. And set margin right to 1.25 rem. This is not working due to specificity. Add important here to override it. Now select the Swiper Pagination Bullet Active class. First, set its background color to first color. Then set Transform to Scale 1.7. After that, set border width to 1 pixels. Now, let's add a transition for smoothness. Now, let's proceed to the Skills section. Create a section tag with the class skills. Also, give it the class section to add some space at the top and bottom. Inside the Skills section, first, we will add the section title. For that, copy the Services section title and paste it here. Now change the text of the section title. After that, create a div tag with the class skills container. Add the class container to make the width of the skills section smaller and keep it centered. Also, add the class grid to turn skills container into a grid container. Inside the skills container, create a div tag with the class skills item. Inside that, create a div tag with the class skills header. Inside the skills header, first, add a h3 tag with the class skills name. Then, create a span tag with the class skills value. Now, after the skills header, add a p tag with the class skills description. After that, create a div tag with the class skills bar. Inside that, add a span tag with the class skills percentage. Then set its width using inline CSS. Now copy the skills item and paste it 5 times, then update the data for each item. Now let's move on to the CSS file. Come over here and select the grid class. And set display to grid. Now select the skills container class. First, give it a grid template columns property. Since we need 3 columns of equal width, we will use the repeat function here. The number of columns we need is 3, and their width will be 1fr, meaning the columns will share the available space equally. Then set row gap to 4 rem and column gap to 1.5 rem. Next, select the skills header class. First, set display to flex. Then set align items to center. After that, set justify content to space between. Then, select the skills header class and the skills description class as well. And set padding inline to 1.75 rem. After that, select the skills name class. And set font size to larger font size. Next, select the skills value class. First, change its color to title color. Then set font weight to font bold. Then select the bold tag inside the skills value. And change its color to first color. After that, select the skills description class. And set margin block to 1 rem for the top and 1.75 rem for the bottom. Now select the skills bar class and the skills percentage class as well. And set height to 2 pixels. Then select the skills bar class once again. And set background color to shadow color. After that, select the skills percentage class. First, set display to block. Then, set background color to border color. After that, set position to relative. Now, target the before pseudo element of the skills percentage class. First, give it a content property. Next, set position to absolute. Then, set right to 0. Set top to negative 0.75 rem. Its width will be 20 pixels, and height will be 20 pixels as well. After that, set border radius to 50%. Next, set background color to first color. Then, set its border to 2 pixels solid and use border color for its color. Finally, give it a box shadow. Now that we have completed the skills section, let's move on to the next section, the portfolio section. Come over here, create a section tag with the class work. Also, give it the class section to add some space at the top and bottom. Inside the work section, first, we will add the section title. For that, copy the skills section title and paste it here. Now change the text of the section title. After that, create a div tag with the class container. Inside that first, create an unordered list with the class work list. Inside the work list, add a li tag with the class work item. Now copy the work item and paste it 3 times. After that, add text to each item. After the work list, create a div tag with the class work container. Also, add the class grid to turn work container into a grid container. Inside that, create a div tag with the class mix. For now, ignore this class. I will explain later why we added it. Inside that, create a div tag with the class card. Inside the card, first add an image. Create an img tag with the class work image, and in the src attribute, insert the image path. Next, add a h4 tag with the class work category. Then add a h3 tag with the class work title. After that, create a p tag with the class work description. Now copy this link and paste it here. Now copy this div and paste it 5 times. Then add data to each card. Now let's move on to the CSS file. Come over here and select the work list class. First, set display to flex. Next, set flex wrap to wrap. Then, set justify content to center. After that, set row gap to 1.25 rem and column gap to 2.5 rem. Finally, set margin bottom to 3.75 rem. Next, select the work item class. First, change color to title color. Next, set font size to small font size. Then, set font weight to font bold. After that, set cursor to pointer. Finally, set position to relative. Also add a transition to the color with a duration of 0.7 seconds. Then, we will add a hover effect. When the work item is hovered, we will change its color to first color. Now target the before pseudo element of the work item class. First, give it a content property. Next, set position to absolute. Then set bottom to negative 0.5 rem. And left to 0. Its width will be 60%. And height will be 2 pixels. After that, set background color to first color. Finally, add a transition to the width with a duration of 0.3 seconds. Now change the width to 0. Then set the active work color to first color. After that, set the width of the before pseudo element to 60%. Now select the Work Container class. First, give it a Grid Template Columns property. Since we need 3 columns of equal width, we will use the repeat function here. The number of columns we need is 3, and their width will be 1fr. Then set gap to 2rem. Next, select the Work Image class. First, set image height to 240 pixels. Next, set its width to 100%. Then set Object Fit to Cover. After that, set Border Radius to 1 rem. Finally, set Margin Bottom to 1.5 rem. Then select the Work Category class. First, change color to first color. Then set font size to smaller font size. After that, select the Work Title class. First, set font size to H3 font size. Then, set margin block to 0.75 rem for the top and 1.75 rem for the bottom. Finally, select the Work Description class and set minimum height to 125 pixels. Now let's create the filter. Search for Mix It Up. First, we need to include Mix It Up in our project. Navigate to the dist folder and download the mixitup.min.js file. I have already downloaded this file, so let's include it in our project. To create filter, first, we need to set the data filter attribute. For all, the value should be all. For other options, we need to add a class. Then, we need to add these classes to the items. We also need to add the class mix to the items we already added. Now come over here and create the Data Filter attribute. Now let's add these classes to the work items. Now copy this code and paste it into your JS file. Here we need to reference the parent element of the items. In our case, work container is the parent element. In the target property, we set the selector for the items we want to filter. Now let's add the active class to the clicked element. First, create a variable named linkWork and select all elements in the document with the class work item. Next, create a function named ActiveWork. Now remove the ActiveWork class from each element, ensuring that none of them are marked as active anymore. Then, add the ActiveWork class to the clicked element. Now use the for-each method to loop through each element in the linkWork node list. And when the current element is clicked, the active work function will be executed. Now let's go ahead and create the resume section. Come over here and create a section tag with the class resume. Also, give it the class section to add some space at the top and bottom. Inside the resume section, first, we will add the section title. For that, copy the work section title and paste it here. Now change the text. Next, create a div tag with the class resume container. Add the class container to make the width of the resume section smaller and keep it centered. Also, add the class grid to turn resume container into a grid container. Inside the resume container, create a div tag with the class resume group. Inside the resume group, we will first add the title and then add the items. Now go ahead and add a h3 tag with the class resume title. After that, create a div tag with the class resume items. Inside the resume items, create a div tag with the class resume item. Inside that, first create a div tag with the class resume header. Inside the resume header, add a h3 tag with the class resume header title. Then create a span tag with the class resume icon. Inside that, add an icon. Next, create a div tag with the class resume content. Then create a div tag with the class resume content header. Inside that, add a h3 tag with the class resume content title. Then, create a span tag with the class resume date. After the resume content header, create a P tag with the class resume description. Now, copy the resume item and paste it twice. After that, copy the resume group and paste it once. Then, add data to each group. Now let's move on to the CSS file. Come over here and select the Resume Container class. First, give it a Grid Template Columns property. The number of columns we need is 2, and their width will be 1 FR. Then, set column gap to 1.5 rem. Next, select the Resume Title class. First, set its font size to H3 font size. Next, set padding bottom to 2 rem. Then set text align to center. Then, select the Resume Title class and the Resume Item class as well. And set border bottom to 2 pixels solid and use border color for its color. After that, select the Resume Item class, excluding the first child. And set border right to 2 pixels solid and use border color for its color. Now select the Resume Item class once again and set its position to relative. Then set padding inline to 1.5 rem. Next, select the Resume Header class and set padding block to 1.5 rem. Then set cursor to pointer. Then select the Resume Header Title class and set its font size to larger font size. After that, select the Resume Icon class. First, set its position to absolute. Next, set right to -1.25 rem and bottom to -1.25 rem as well. Then set its background color to container color. After that, set its border. Also add a box shadow to it. Now change its color to title color. Next, set its font size to H3 font size. Then set its font weight to font medium. And its width will be 40 pixels. Height will also be 40 pixels. After that, set border radius to 50%. To center the icon, set Display to Grid and place items to center. Finally, set Z-index to 10. Now select the Resume Content Header class. First, set Display to Flex. Next, set FlexWrap to Wrap. Then, set Align Items to Center. After that, set Justify Content to Space Between. Finally, set Row Gap to 0.25 rem and Column Gap to 2 rem. Next, select the Resume Content Title class. And set its font size to H3 font size. Then, select the Resume Date class. First, change its color to title color. Next, set its font size to smaller font size. Then set font weight to font bold. After that, select the Resume Description class and set margin block to 1.25 rem for the top and 2 rem for the bottom. Now come over here and select the Resume Content class. First, set its height to 0. Then, set Overflow to Hidden. Now let's move on to the JS file. First, create a variable named accordion item and select all elements in the document with the class resume item. Next, using the for-each method, loop through each element in the accordion item's node list. Inside the loop first, create a variable named header and select the element with the class resume header that is inside the current accordion item. Next, create a variable named content and select the element with the class resume content. Then create a variable named icon and select the icon inside the resume icon class. After that, add a click event to the header. Inside this function, create a variable named isOpen and toggle the accordion open class on the current accordion item. After that, let's set the height of the accordion content. Here we will check if isOpen is true, meaning the item is open. If so, set the height to the scroll height of the content. If isOpen is false, meaning the item is closed, set the height to 0. Now let's change the icon to reflect the open or closed state. If isOpen is true, change the icon class to RI_line, which represents a minus sign. If isOpen is false, change the icon class to RI_addLine, which represents a plus sign. Here, you can see that when we open one item, the previous one doesn't close. Let's implement this functionality. Using the for-each method, loop through each element in the accordion item node list. Here we will check if other item is not equal to the item that was clicked. And if it contains the class accordion open. If both conditions are true, we will set the content height to 0. Also, change the icon to a plus sign and remove the accordion open class. Now let's apply a transition to the resume content class for smoothness. Now that we have completed the resume section, let's move on to the next section, the Testimonials section. Create a section tag with the class Testimonials. Also, give it the class section to add some space at the top and bottom. Now copy the resume section title and paste it here. Then change the text. After that, create a div tag with the class container. Inside the container, create a div tag with the swiper class, and also give it the testimonial swiper class. Inside that, create a div tag with the swiper wrapper class. Inside the swiper wrapper, create a div tag with the swiper slide class and also give it the card class. Inside that, first, create a div tag with the class testimonial icon. Here, we will insert an icon. Next, create an IMG tag with the class testimonial IMG. And insert the image path in the SRC attribute. Then create a P tag with the class testimonial description. After that, add a h3 tag with the class testimonial name. Finally, add a span tag with the class testimonial author. Now copy the slide and paste it 4 times. Now let's move on to the JS file. Copy the services swiper code and paste it here. Then, update the class name to Testimonials Swiper. Now let's move on to the CSS file. Come over here and select the testimonial icon class. First, set its position to absolute. Next, set top to Turim and left to 2.25 rem. Its width will be 66 pixels, and height will also be 66 pixels. Then, set its background color to container color. After that, set border bottom right radius to 1 rem. Finally, change its color to first color. And set its font size to 2.5 rem. Next, select the testimonial image class. First, set image height to 180 pixels. Next, set its width to 100%. Then set object fit to cover. After that, set border radius to 1 rem. Finally, set margin bottom to 1.5 rem. Then, select the testimonial description class and set minimum height to 110 pixels. After that, select the testimonial name class. First, set its font size to larger font size. Then, set margin block to 2 rem for the top and 0.25 rem for the bottom. Now, let's proceed to the Contact section. Come over here and create a section tag with the class Contact. Also, give it the class section. Now copy the Testimonials section title and paste it here. then change the text. Next, create a div tag with the class contact container. Add the class container to make the width of the contact section smaller and keep it centered. Also, add the class grid to turn contact container into a grid container. Inside the contact container, we will add two child elements. The first will contain the contact information, while the second will hold the form. Now let's create a div tag with the class contact content, which will be the first child element. Inside that, create a div tag with the contact card class. Inside the contact card, first create a span tag with the class contact icon. Here we will insert an icon. Next, create a div tag. And inside this div, first add a h3 tag with the class contact title. Then create a p tag with the class contact data. Now copy the contact card and paste it 3 times. Now, after the contact content, create a form tag with the class contact form. This will be our second child element. Also, add the class grid. Inside the contact form, create a div tag with the class contact form group. Also, add the class grid. Inside the contact form group, create a div tag with the class contact form div. Inside that, first create a label tag with the class contact form label. After that, add an input tag with the class contact form input. Its type will be text. Also, give it an ID contact name. Now copy the contact form div and paste it once inside the contact form group class div and twice outside of this div. Now create a div with the class contact submit. Inside that, First, create a span tag. After that, add a button tag with the class btn. Also, set its type to submit. Finally, create a p tag with the class message. This will contain the following message. Now let's move on to the CSS file. Select the contact class and set padding bottom to 14 rem. Next, select the contact container class. First, give it a grid template columns property. The first column's width will be 5 fr, and the second column's width will be 7 fr. This means the contact container width is divided into 12 parts, where the first column occupies 5 parts and the second column occupies 7 parts. After that, set column gap to 1.5 rem. Then select the contact card class. First, set display to grid. Next, set grid template columns to max content and 1 fr. Then set align items to center. After that, set column gap to 4.5 rem. Finally, set margin bottom to 2.5 rem. After that, select the contact icon class. Also, select the contact form input class. First, set their border to 2 pixels solid. Then, set background color to container color. Now select the contact icon class once again. First, set its width to 56 pixels, and its height will also be 56 pixels. Next, set border radius to 50%. Then add a box shadow. After that, set its font size to H3 font size. To center the icon, set display to grid and place items to center. Finally, set position to relative. Now target the after pseudo element of the contact icon class. First, give it a content property. Next, set position to absolute. Then set left to 100%. and top to 50%. After that, set its width to 40 pixels and height to 2 pixels. Finally, set background color to border color. Next, select the contact title class. First, set its font size to H3 font size. Then set margin block to 0.5 rem. Then, select the contact form class. And set row gap to 1.75 rem. After that, select the contact form group class. First, give it a grid template columns property. The number of columns we need is 2, and their width will be 1 fr. Then set gap to 1.75 rem. Now select the contact form div class. First, set display to grid. Then set row gap to 0.5 rem. Next, select the contact form label class. First, set text indent to 1.75 rem. Then set its font size to small font size. After that, set font weight to font bold. Then select the B tag inside the contact form label and change its color to first color. After that, select the contact form input class. First, set padding to 1 rem for the top and bottom, and 1.75 rem for the left and right. Then, set border radius to 1.75 rem. Now select the contact form area class. First, set resize to none. Then, set its height to 140 pixels. Then select the Contact Submit class. First, set Display to Flex. Next, set Flex Wrap to Wrap. Then set Align Items to Center. After that, set Justify Content to Flex End. Finally, set Row Gap to 1 rem and Column Gap to 2 rem. After that, select the Message class. First, set its position to Absolute. Then set bottom to 0.75 rem. And right to 1.25 rem. After that, set its font weight to font medium. Now let's move on to email.js. I have already created an account. If you don't have one, create it and log in. First, we need to add an email service. Now select Gmail and then connect your account. Finally, create the service. Next, go to the Email Templates page and create a new template. This template is what you will receive whenever someone sends you an email from your website. These parameters that you see here must also be present on your website. Now, let's make changes to the template. Now let's include email.js in our project. After that, add a name attribute to the inputs and ensure their values match the parameters in the email template. Now let's move on to the JS file. First, create a variable named contact form to store the element with the ID contact form. Now let's add this ID in the HTML. Next, create a variable contact name to store the input field with the ID contact name. Then, create a variable contact email to store the input field with the ID contact email. Next, create a variable contact message to store the element with the ID contact message. After that, create a variable contact subject to store the input field with the ID contact subject. Then, create a variable message to store the element with the ID message. Now create a function called sendEmail. Pass here as a parameter to access the event object. When a form is submitted, the page reloads. E.prevent default stops this from happening. Now, we will check if any of the input fields are empty. .value is a property used to access the value entered in an input field. Or operator means the condition is true if any of the inputs is empty. First, we will add the class color red to message. Now let's style this class in CSS. Next, set the text of the message to "Write all the input fields." And we will remove this message after 3 seconds. In the else block, we will send the email. Now go back to email.js. Copy this code. And paste it here. After that, let's pass the values for these arguments. First, we have to pass the service ID. Next, the template ID. Then, the form ID. Finally, the public key. Here first, let's add the Color First class to change the color of the message. Next, set the message text to message sent. And remove this message after 5 seconds. If any error occurs, we will display an alert with this message. Now, let's add an event listener to the form. When the form is submitted, we will trigger the Send Email function. Actually, the message is positioned relative to the body, so set the position to relative on the parent element of the message. This will ensure that the message is positioned relative to its parent element. For now, ignore its position. We will set it later. Now let's clear the input fields when the form is submitted. Also, remove the Color First class before adding the Color Red class. Now let's proceed to the next section, Footer. Come over here and create a footer tag with the class footer. Inside the footer, create a div tag with the class footer container. Also add the class container. Now copy this social links div. And paste it here. Additionally, add the class footer socials to it. Next, create a p tag with the class footer copyright. Then, create a p tag with the class footer copyright again. Now let's move on to the CSS file. Come over here and select the footer class. First, set border top to 1 pixel solid. Next, set background color to container color. Then set padding block to 2 rem. Next, select the footer container class. First, set display to flex. Next, set align items to center. Then set justify content to space between. Then select the footer copyright class. And set its font size to small font size. Then set font weight to font bold. After that, select the span tag inside the footer copyright. And change its color to first color. Now that we have completed the footer section, let's move on and create this decorative shape. First, move to the Home section and create a div tag with the class section deco inside the container element. Also add the class deco left to it. Inside that, create an img tag with the class shape. Now copy this and paste it into the other sections. Change its class name to DecoWrite. Now let's move on to the CSS file. First, set the position to relative on the container class. This will ensure that section deco is positioned relative to the container element. After that, select the container class, excluding the nav and home container. And set padding block to 3.75 rem. Now, let's reduce the padding bottom of the section class to 3.5 rem. Also, reduce the margin bottom of the section title class to 0.5 rem. Now select the section deco class. First, set position to absolute. Next, set top to 0. Then, set its width to 2 pixels. After that, set its height to 100%. Finally, set background color to border color. Next, select the Deco Left class and set left to -72 pixels. Then, select the Deco Right class and set right to -72 pixels. Now target the before and after pseudo element of the section deco class. First, give them a content property. Next, set position to absolute. Then set left to 50%. After that, set their width to 30 pixels. And their height will also be 30 pixels. Next, set border radius to 50%. Then, set background color to container color. After that, set border to 2 pixels solid. Finally, set box shadow. Next, target the before pseudo element again and set top to 0. Then, set transform to translate -50% and -100%. Now copy and paste it, then replace before with after. Here, set bottom to 0. And translate to -50% and 100%. After that, select the shape class inside the section deco. First, set max width to 226 pixels. Next, set height to 226 pixels as well. Then set bottom to -206 pixels. Now select the shape class inside the deco left and set left to -166 pixels. After that, select the shape class inside the deco right and set right to -166 pixels. Select the main class and set overflow to hidden. Now select the odd section tags. And set their background color. After that, duplicate it. Now we will select the even section tags. Now we will change the header background as we scroll. Create a function called scroll header. Inside the function, first, create a variable named header to store the element with the ID header. Now let's add this ID in the HTML. Now we will check if the scroll position is greater than or equal to 20. If it is, we will add the class BG header to the element with the ID header. If it's less than 20, we will remove the BG header class. Now, let's add a scroll event listener to the window and trigger the scroll header function when scrolling occurs. Now let's style the BG header class. Now let's close the menu when a link is clicked. Create a variable called navlink. This variable will store all anchor elements that have the navlink class. After that, create a function called link action. Inside the function, create a variable named navMenu to store the element with the ID navMenu. Now let's remove the animate toggle class. Also remove the show menu class. Now iterate through each navlink. When a link is clicked, we will run the link action function, which removes the show menu class. Now, let's make the links workable. In the href attribute, we need to specify the ID of the section we want to scroll to. Now let's add these IDs to the section elements. Select the HTML element and set its scroll behavior to smooth for smooth scrolling. Now, let's style the scroll bar. Now, let's create the active link feature. First, create a variable named Sections. Here, we will select all the section elements that have an ID attribute. Then, declare a function named scrollActive, which will be called when the page is scrolled. It checks the scroll position and updates the active navigation link. Inside the function, create a variable named scrollY, which will hold the vertical scroll position. Window.PageYOffset returns the distance of the document from the top of the viewport. Now iterate over each section to check its position relative to the scroll position. First, create a variable named sectionHeight, which will store the height of the current section. Next, create a variable named sectionTop to store the vertical offset of the section from the top of the document. Then, create a variable named sectionID, and get the ID attribute of the section, which is used to identify the section being viewed. After that, create a variable named Sections class and select the navigation link in the Nav menu whose href attribute matches the current section ID. Now we will check whether the user's scroll position is within the bounds of the current section. If scrollY is greater than sectionTop, it means the top of the section is now below or at the current scroll position. Essentially, this checks if the top of the section has been reached or passed. This gives the point where the section ends. If scrollY is less than or equal to this value, it means the user is still within the bounds of the section. If the scroll position is within the section, we will add the active link class to the corresponding navigation link to highlight the active section. If the scroll position is not within the bounds of the section, we will remove the active link class from the navigation link. Now, let's add a scroll event listener to the window and trigger the scroll active function when scrolling occurs. Here, you can see that we have reached the Services section, but the link is not becoming active. Let's understand why this is happening. Imagine a section that starts 500 pixels from the top of the page, but there's a fixed header that is 58 pixels tall. In reality, the section doesn't become fully visible until it's 58 pixels lower on the page, because the header is covering it. I'm not going to calculate the header height dynamically. I will simply subtract 58 from the section's top offset. If you notice, when we reload the page, the home link does not remain active. This happens because the function is triggered only on scroll. So let's add the class ActiveLink to the home link. Now let's make the website responsive.